Hi, and very much welcome to this year of the Nordic Energy Research Forum 2021. Today we are gathered here in Helsinki at the Nordic Culture Point, and we are very happy to have you with us. And I'm happy for you, to be honest, because the coming few hours we're going to be able to present first-hand information on the state-of-the-art energy research collaboration in the Nordic countries. Today we will address challenges and also opportunities within energy and energy research, and also
Nordic in the world, and to make the green transition towards carbon neutrality a reality. The first session of this forum is about smart energy system. How can it facilitate and achieve a reliable, sustainable, and flexible energy system? Later today, at session 2, we will discuss the challenges and opportunities for decarbonizing the transport sector. This is also the theme, energy challenge, you will hear more about later today. I hope that you, as well as me, is deciding to participate in today's discussion of the Nordic Energy Research Forum. So let's get started. The first session, as I just mentioned, is about smart energy system, how it can facilitate the Nordic vision and becoming the most sustainable and integrated region in the world. And for that, I leave the word to Mia, and just welcome to everybody.
Thank you, Klaus.
Take it away.
We'll hear more from you later today. Thank you. And it is my great pleasure to give the stage to the first keynote speaker of the day. He's minister here in Finland and Minister of Economic Affairs, and it is Mika Lintilä.
Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to participate as a keynote speaker at the Nordic Energy Research Forum 2021. Climate issues are at the forefront of global questions. They present challenges as well as opportunities. The new IPCC report is unsettling but not surprising. Without massive actions, the global warming cannot longer be stopped. The problem is global and therefore the solutions must be found and executed together. I am a firm believer in technological possibilities. The climate targets can be reached by technological advancement and investments, not by making our everyday lives more limited. Here, we Nordics have a lot to give. We have knowledge in many fields, such as bioeconomy and effective use of energy. The smart integration of energy systems is our strength, and here the usage of hydrogen is a growing possibility. The EU is encouraging all this by giving the Fit for 55 legislative package and tightening the 2030 emission reduction target. Reaching the tightening target requires that the whole package plays together and takes note of the notable investments in low carbon solutions and technologies. Industries and the energy sector require a lot of capital, and the investments are long-lasting. Therefore, we need practicable legislation and technology neutrality. In the Finnish government program, we have a target to become carbon neutral by 2035 and carbon negative soon after that. Our target is vast and requires emission reductions in all emission sectors. We are also preparing the National Energy and Climate Strategy. The strategy will be finalized in the near future. Coming out the pandemic and the recovery package offer a great possibility to speed up towards green and digital transition. The EU's Recovery and Resiliency Facility has sparked debate in the Nordic countries. This provides investments in R&D as well as the green transition. We, as Nordics, are well placed to reform our economies and reduce our emissions with EU funding. In 2019, the Nordic Prime Ministers have already made the declaration on Nordic carbon neutrality. The Finnish chairmanship of the Nordic Council of Ministers in 2021 focuses on smart sectors integration. It can help us to achieve the ambitious climate neutrality targets while simultaneously guaranteeing the high level of security of supply and system resilience. This will also be one of the topics of the Nordic Energy Ministers meeting later this week. We will also discuss the Fit for 55 package together with the Energy Commissioner Simpson. Setting ambitious objectives is only the start. First, we need to act swiftly and in a determined way. Second, we need all clean energy forms. And third, we need to promote new climate-friendly business opportunities. I would like to conclude by summing up the three most important ways to reach the climate targets: investments, investments, and investment. Thank you. I wish you all a successful and inspirational forum.
Mikael Lintilä, that was a very clear end message. Our next keynote speaker is one of the big names in Finland regarding, and in the Nordic countries regarding the energy sector. I wish to welcome Helena Sareen. You are head of Carbon Neutral Finland mission at Business Finland and also the chairwoman of the board for Nordic Energy Research. Welcome.
Yes, thank you, Mia. This mic is working, yes. Thank you, and it's nice to be here. I'm really excited about it, as actually this is the second time within a year I'm in a real place with real people here in the same room outside of our own home. So very lovely to be here. So my name is Helena Sareen, and I'm heading the Carbon Neutrality Mission at Business Finland. And I have also had a pleasure during this year being the chairwoman of our Nordic Energy Research. And at the moment, we are in the process of renewing our strategy, which I find is very, very crucial and the most important task. Today, our forum gathers together Nordic stakeholders in the fields of energy and climate research, as well as stakeholders from the energy sector, namely research, analysis, industry, and businesses. So why are we here today? In order to reach the net zero emissions by 2050, the IEA, International Energy Agency, has determined several critical enablers, and I would like to mention here two of them, which one is the innovations and the second one is investments. Also, our minister was referring to investments. So the IEA states that the technologies on the market today will provide nearly all of the emission reductions needed by 2030 to put the world on the track for 2050 target. But here comes the crucial point. After 2030, getting to net zero will require widespread use of technologies still in the development phase today. In 2050, almost half of the CO2 emission reductions will need to come from technologies that are currently prototyped or demonstrated or in the piloting phase. On our way to net zero emissions globally, the need for investments is humongous. It has been estimated that between 2021 and 2030, total annual investments globally are approximately $4 trillion a year. And between 2030 and 40, this number will increase approximately to $5.5 trillion a year. And now we are talking yearly figures. Then when going forward, the estimations between 2041 and 2050, a little bit going down to $4.8 trillion, but still humongous number. And the shift when we are looking at the years and decades of 2030, there definitely electrification throughout the whole society is the key. But when looking forward, it seems to be that the end user scheme is coming more heavily to the picture, and likewise the hydrogen economy is taking much more of a stake during that decade. In 2019, the Nordic countries signed the joint declaration on carbon neutrality, committing to make the Nordic countries carbon neutral in the line with the COP21 Paris Climate Agreement. At the regional level, all 5 Nordic countries have now set carbon neutrality aims in their domestic policies. Energy sector is definitely the main driver for deep decarbonization of the Nordic economy as a whole. So in other words, energy sector is enabling other sectors to decarbonize as well. Energy, industries and transportation play a key role in decarbonizing our societies. More and more needs towards systemic, holistic solutions, including strong sector coupling, is needed. Enablers like digitalization and circularity principles need to be utilized fully. It has been estimated that digitalization's potential to help to reduce global carbon emissions is up to 15%. So 15, huge number again. So during 2020 and 2021, Nordic Energy Research has launched several programs and publications within the field of energy. The publications cover, for instance, or focus especially in the fields of sustainable aviation, maritime grids, and grids flexibility. Also, biomasses, power-to-X, and hydrogen economy have been tackled. The latest publication was about Nordic clean energy scenarios on carbon neutrality, and it was published actually last week. And through scenario modeling, the scenarios aim to identify and prioritize necessary actions until 2030 to achieve carbon neutrality in the Nordics. The scenarios show that carbon neutrality is possible. It's not easy, but it's doable. And we wouldn't be in the Nordics, the happiest region in the whole world, if we would not have tackled the issue of gender equality. Nordic Energy Research target is to make women in the energy field more visible, and that way encourage more women to take their career in this field as well. A couple of words about our programs. The most recent Nordic Energy Research programs include Nordgrid, as well as Nordic Maritime Transportation and Energy Research programs. In the Nordgrid, our focus is on smart electricity transportation and the future needs and challenges for the Nordic electricity systems. Transport, and especially maritime transport, is considered one of the hardest sectors of the economy to decarbonize. Since the Nordic region has a high ratio of renewable energy in its energy mix already, transport becomes one of the biggest remaining challenges in the Nordics to decarbonize. At the moment, we are living the era of large and profound global transitions. It is obvious that carbon neutrality cannot be reached without the energy sector as an enabler for the sustainable society. Like stated earlier, a large share of today's emissions can be reduced with the existing technologies and solutions. So how we can jointly in the Nordics intensify the implementation of these solutions? Obviously, we need to invest in new innovations. I believe that solving the large systemic solutions require ever-larger global cooperation. Here in the Nordics can definitely join our forces to create sustainable future, not only in our own geographical region, but more widely out in the world. The intensified cross-industrial innovation work is therefore definitely needed. Another crucial point is the scaling up of these, sometimes even risky, new innovations on a global level. I stated in the beginning that the energy sector is an enabler for sustainable development of societies worldwide. Presently, the existing energy sector is restructuring. This creates an opportunity for new data-focused businesses and solutions as well. In the Nordics, we have an extremely good starting point for more intensified cooperation. Our long history together and trust towards other Nordics is extremely strong bond and a starting point. I would love Nordic Energy Research to continue to be an integral and an important piece of the puzzle in enabling sustainable future, not only in the Nordics, but more widely. We can jointly make things happen and strengthen the Nordics' role in the European energy system. We need to walk the talk together. So with these words, I wish you all the most interesting and inspiring and exciting Nordic Energy Research Forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Helena. And I'll just say that in a few minutes we will start diving deeper into one of these topics that our two keynote speakers have touched upon today: smart and flexible energy systems. But before that, we'll get greetings from Åland and Bernd Schalin at Flexnäs.
Dear participants, greetings from Åland. I'm presenting from our office in Mariehamn, not any more fancy place than that. My name is Bernd Schalin and I'm CEO of Flexsense, who is implementing the Smart Energy Åland demonstration. Our mission is to show that a full-scale society can work 100% on renewable energy, and we have demonstrations and tests covering all aspects of sector coupling in the energy system ongoing here on Åland. Especially I would like to highlight the energy storage facilities that we are looking at, including pumped hydro facilities, heat storage and batteries, which are included in our system, as well as the first steps into the hydrogen economy, where our intention is to run a ferry service on locally produced green hydrogen with electrolyzers that work as ideal flexibility resources towards the electricity grid. Being an island society in the middle of the Baltic Sea, we are first of all a very nice test bed, as this is an entity that can be easily monitored and followed up whatever goes on in our energy system. Åland has also a very ambitious renewable energy agenda. Early next year we will have our next wind farm coming online in this part of the world, after which 65% of the electricity consumption on the island will come from locally produced wind and solar. And there are some plans now ongoing for a larger solar farm as well, which would take the figure to over 80%. So very ambitious agenda around us, which makes this investment in flexibility resources that we are working on highly interesting from a demonstration perspective. Sitting here between the Finnish and Swedish energy systems, we are also a prime example of any challenges and opportunities coming up from cross-border issues, and we are really looking forward to the new Nordic balancing model and hope that that would enable flexibility resources on Åland to participate in the Nordic market as a whole rather than being local. So for us, Nordic cooperation is especially important, being dependent on two markets already as we stand now. I think that's really enough for a brief introduction, and happy to take questions and discussion after this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bernd Schalin. And for the ones of you who want to get in touch with him and Flexnäs, please visit their website. They only have one, as I know so far. Now, I promised you some more information about smart and flexible energy systems. But before we can start discussing how we really want to challenge and redo and remake things that we already have in our Nordic countries, we need to hear a little bit more about what is going on in each nation. How can we in the Nordic countries achieve reliable, sustainable and flexible energy systems jointly? This is what we're going to discuss the coming hour. And with me, I have 4 different speakers, and they are Henrik Thomsen from Energinet, Jussi Matilainen from Fingrid, Anders Granum from Statnett, and Robert Eriksson from Svenska Kraftnät. First, I'll give the word and the stage to Henrik Thomsen at Energinet. He'll get a few minutes to talk about smart energy systems in relation to large-scale offshore wind and energy islands. Welcome, Henrik.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to share a few slides I would like to present as well. Let's see. Can you see the slides?
No, we cannot see the slides yet.
What about now?
No, we cannot see any slides.
That's a shame.
Yes, I think that my colleague Henrik is going to fix this technical problem. Yes, we can now see your slides.
Good,
So
good.
you can start the presentation.
So, yeah,
And
sorry about that.
And please, Henrik, just give us a small sign whenever you want us to change the slides.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, you can change the first slides. My name is Henrik Thomsen, energy analyst from Energinet. As mentioned, I would like to just briefly present our work with smart energy systems, or part of our work with smart energy systems and energy islands. You can change slide. As you may know, the Danish Parliament last year agreed on investigating the possibilities of establishing energy islands in the Danish part of the North Sea, and also an energy island around the Danish island of Bornholm, close to Sweden. The idea with those energy islands or hubs is basically to support the deployment of offshore wind, both in the shorter term around 2030, but also in the long term, where several scenarios, also from the EU and so on, estimates that we need 300 gigawatts of offshore wind to support the transition, the green transition of Europe. So the idea from the Danish perspective is that those energy hubs could be a stepping stone towards achieving this green transition, of course, in collaboration both in the Nordics, but hopefully also on a wider European scale. So I don't want to dive more into these projects. You are, of course, welcome to contact me afterwards if you have any questions regarding those projects. But what I would like to try to give an idea of is how we at Energinet work with energy systems, the broader energy system. Because as you all know, I assume TSOs are either operating and owning the electricity grid and or the gas grid. At Energinet, we are owning actually both, which puts us in a quite unique position to also do broader smart energy system studies. And what we are currently working at, for instance, is the interlinkage between our grid model and our grid planning, traditional grid planning, and how that can interact with the smart energy system perspectives. So on the left-hand side, this is just a illustration on how we are trying to dealing with the smart energy system in close interplay with our grids, transmission grids. So we're doing studies where we examine, for instance, how the deployment of electrolysis, power to X, potential hydrogen storage, hydrogen grids, and so on can impact and also bring along benefits to Energinet's transmission systems, and of course the Danish energy system as a whole, how it interplays and interlink with biogas production. Where do we find sufficient, for instance, carbon for power to X fuels for the future transition, and so on. So basically, this is us trying to consider the smart energy system, how it interacts with our transmission systems, and what we should do in a market perspective in terms of market development to support this development towards the smart energy systems. You can find several of these studies on our website as well if you are interested. And then the last slide, because I don't have much more than 5 minutes. This is just a snapshot from a research and innovation roadmap we're working at in Energinet. I'm not going into details in all these text boxes, but this is just to illustrate that one of our key focus points currently is how we can make the physics So the networks and the markets converge and work closer together in order to maximize the utilization of both the existing infrastructure, but also the potential coming infrastructure, and how the markets can, of course, the electricity market, we all know that, but also do we need to, either as a TSO or as a society as a whole, develop new markets to support other energy carriers, basically. And between those two layers, we need some kind of digitalization, data management that are, as we see it, quite important in order to make this work and these two pathways, so to say, converge even more in the future. Yes, I think that's it from my side.
Thank you very much, Henrik. Presenting from Denmark. Please stay with us because we're going to continue discussing these topics in maybe 10-15 minutes. As you can see with us, we also have Jussi Matilainen from Fingrid. Welcome, Jussi. You're going to talk shortly about the Nordic strategy for wind development and sector integration.
Yes, thanks. Can you see my slides?
No, we cannot see your slides.
Okay, just a second. I try it once more. Now?
No, unfortunately, yes, yes, we can. My producer here in Helsinki is giving me the thumbs up. We can see your slides. Please start the presentation.
Yes, all right. So, good morning, everybody. My name is Jussi Matilainen. I work for Fingrid there as a R&D manager, and here I'm representing the Nordic strategy group, which is preparing the strategy for the next Nordic Solutions report, which will be published next spring. So this is still the draft strategy, and here I think the focus is more on the opportunity side rather than the state of the art.
Thank you, Jussi. Just a small note that please let us know when you want us to change the slides, because we are the one changing them.
Okay. So now you can take the second slide, please. Okay, because I cannot see your slides. Is it now the snowball, rotating ball in the middle of picture? Sorry?
Yes, yes, it is.
Good. All right. Then this picture tries to figure out kind of one element of our draft strategy as a joint Nordic TSO strategy. And on the bottom line, you can see the arrow. And of course, our joint effort or aim is to have these climate goals achieved by 2030 or after that. And then on the left-hand side, you see technology development as an enabler. I think that's the main key enabler to make it possible to achieve these goals. And in the middle of the picture, you can see this whole idea of our joint strategy. And there you can see 4 elements. And in the middle of everything, you can see the word grids, which means the infrastructure. And it's not only the electricity grid, but also it can be, for example, hydrogen grid or district heating grid. So from all the infrastructure from different sectors. And if we now think how to achieve these climate goals, we have to start with electrification, which is really the tool for a climate neutrality. But at the same time, I think in the Nordic level, if we are able to electrify our processes, it's the tool for competitiveness here. But how then to cover this increasing demand because of electrification? I think the wind power is excellent resource in the Nordic region, and that's kind of one main solution to really cover this increased demand. But as we all know, wind power has the feature of its variability. And somehow in the power system perspective, we have to manage that. And then it comes to picture this flexibility, which really enables the large-scale integration of all renewable and variable generation resources. And here I would like to address that this flexibility is not only demand-side flexibility, but it also covers generation-side flexibility and all the other possibilities. Also, I would say that transmission grid itself is a source of flexibility if we have enough export and import capability. But anyway, that makes it possible to integrate a lot of wind power to the system. And finally, what does sector integration do here? Then I think that's really enables flexibility from the different energy sectors. So it brings us new flexibility options, not only from the electricity side, but all the energy sectors. And at the same time, I think sector integration is needed. That's the must if you think about the electrification of all different energy sectors. So I think those are the 4 key elements in this strategy, and we have to work with those to enable these goals. And now, please, if you take the second slide, or third slide, thanks. This is now the draft vision for our strategy. And here you can see the statement, like vision statement for up to 2030 as a Nordic TSOs. So what we are aiming for, we are aiming to have a clean and affordable electricity, which enables a climate neutral, secure, and integrated energy system. And here, really the energy system, not the electricity system only. And the bottom line, you can see this in the blue box, which is kind of basement for the vision, meaning that this is kind of prerequisites, what we mainly have already in the Nordics. So we have already good history of cross-border cooperation, not only with stakeholders, but also with, between the TSOs. And we have shared best practices about the different technological applications between TSOs. We have excellent conditions for wind power, and we have advanced electricity markets. And what we are currently working is to really make it possible to enable easy access for all the distributed resources to the different markets. And also we have heard that Nordics is the trustworthy region for green investments. So I think this picture ends my presentation, showing that what we are aiming for, and now we are just next step is to prepare this roadmap. And finally, I just would like to say to all of you that if you are interested in more on details, 15th of October we will organize kind of stakeholder webinar where we present this strategy more in detail. Thank you.
Very much, Jussi. You said 15th of October there will be an event where you're going to talk more about this strategy.
Right.
Yes. And the next country out is, I was going to say Sweden, but it's not. It's Norway, with Anders Granum at Statnett. And he's going to talk about cybersecurity and digitalization in the future transmission systems.
Thank you. I tried to share screen also, but I guess it's a bit... Do you see it?
No, we don't see it.
Okay, you can go to the fallback solution. So if you can
could you
share
put, could you put presenter mode on?
I tried to share and it's...
Because it's supposed to work then. Full screen, presenter mode.
It's not sharing, I see. I don't know why. Let's see, this one maybe. You got it?
No, we can still not see it. So, Henrik, do we have his presentation? Yes, we do. That's good. Then we will start changing the slides for you, as we have done for Henrik and Jussi as well.
Perfect. Yeah.
And now we can see the first slide. So just give us a small sign when you want us to change the slide. Thank you.
I will. Thank you. Yes, I'm going to talk a bit about cybersecurity and digitalization, which is two big changes happening in the power system. You can see on the front page here, there is a drone. We have completed the first automatic drone surveillance in the power station. For us, it's not the drone that's important, but the sensor that's underneath the camera here in this case that's doing the surveillance. So it's the sensors and how we communicate with sensors that's important. You can next slide. Just small info. Statnett is a Norwegian TSO. We operate the central grid and also import and export of electricity through power cables. Next slide. This is one of the things happening. This green change everybody is talking about is about to come. It's actually happening right now, and it's going to do big changes to the power system. So we need to do radical changes, and we have to work more integrated between the countries and sectors, as Jussi mentioned, to be able to cope with the change in need for electricity. And for that, we need new technology and digital solutions, or else this is going to be stranding for sure. We have you can change next. There is big goals in both Europe and UN and the rest of the world towards 2030 and 2050. And 2030, it's only 8 years away. So this starts to be a bit urgent. We see in Norway that all the arrows are pointing upwards. You need more connections, both to production and to people using electricity. We are most concerned about the people who need it, because if you're going to remove all the carbon, it's going to be electricity. That's the solution, and we need a lot more production and also then transmission capacity. So we see that in Norway, at least, we say that the green shift happened in 2019, because then we see on the right-hand side there a huge increase in people who want to connect to the power grid. So for us, we are in the middle now of the starting of this green shift. It's not something we are waiting for until 2030. Next slide. So what do this mean for the grid? What we see now of the big changes is that nuclear is going to be phased out as a production. Also, we have coal and gas is going to be removed because it's CO2 intensive. We're going to have different sources for electricity, windmills and solar, for instance. That's symbol here. And we also see different people using electricity, crypto mining and battery factories and hydrogen production and things like that. That's going to affect how we build the net. So what's happening now is that we are struggling with the flexibility. We have not enough capacity to transmit the electricity and also to produce it. And the inertia is starting to be a problem, and also to keep the frequency quality up. Because the nice thing with nuclear is that it's possible to predict how much electricity you need next week and next month. With wind and solar, it's not so easy. So you need to be closer to the net and make sure that you have real-time decisions, much closer to real-time than we're used to. So we need digitalization to be able to do that. Regarding flexibility, we need flexibility both on the production side and on the user side. So I like to compare a bit with the modern jet fighter. It's not possible to keep that one up in the air without some computers helping the pilot, and it's going to be the same for the grid. It's going to be much more digital, much more sensors, and it's going to be so much data. It's not possible to sit and control it by a human. You need both EI and automated decisions. So what we normally do, we work with we work on new technologies, as you see on the side, on the time scale up to 2050. But for both digitalization and cybersecurity, that's not possible because we have this 2030 coming towards us. So we need to speed up this change quite a lot compared to how we normally do things. We cannot start at universities now and have a professor that start to do some research because it's going to take too long. We need to have much more focus and quicker processes to be able to cope with the changes happening. Next slide. So in Statnett, we focus on sensor, automated decision, and cybersecurity, because cybersecurity is part of this equation. If you remove cybersecurity, you have a digital solution with huge problems and security shortcomings. So we need to have cybersecurity at the same level as all the digitalization solutions, because we see now that sensors and other solutions, they come rolling at quite high speed, but cybersecurity is lacking a bit behind, so the solutions are not on the same level. And that will going to give us big problems in the year to come if we are not focusing on the cybersecurity. I read the book some time ago, this Blackout book. I can recommend that one if you want to see what kind of scenarios we might be looking at if we don't do the job we need to do at cybersecurity. And also, if you want to calm a bit down after that, you can read this DNV report on the side here, which tells us a bit about possible solutions for the problems. That was my main point. You can take the last foil. Next foil, please. There, yeah, the future is still electric and digital. So we need to keep focus on the electrical development, decarbonization, and we need different solutions. We need to be much closer to how we operate the grid in the future. There is a couple of more slides hidden here about some of the projects you do, but you can share them later. I don't need to go through them. Thank you.
And there are a few topics that we really have to get back to in the debate in a few minutes. And thank you for the tips on which books to read, and also in which one we should read first and where we can find some solutions. We kind of need those kind of books too. Where can we find hope and what should we do next? As I said, this we will continue in a few minutes. But before that, I'll give the stage to Robert Eriksson. Welcome. You work at Svenska Kraftnät, and you're going to talk about energy system integration, big data, and information exchange. The floor is yours. We can't hear you right now, Robert.
No. Okay, thank you.
Okay, there you are.
Now you can hear me. And can you see my slides? Or do we need to go for the backup?
No, not anymore. Now, your slide is back.
Okay, good. Okay, so we'll go for the next slide. So the concept of smart energy systems is essential for cost-effective 100% renewable energy systems. And the concept includes focus on energy efficiency and end-user savings and sector integration. This in order to establish energy system flexibility and harvest synergies by all infrastructures, and also to have low energy storage cost. And to the right, you see the concept of smart grid for electricity. And more than 10 years ago, Obama was the president, and he created a hype around smart grids when he in one of his speeches mentioned that he wanted to spend billions of dollars for smart grids or electricity. And back then, it was not so clearly defined what a smart grid was. I mean, something smart, okay, everyone knows what smart is, but what is smart in electricity grid? That was not so clear. What I believe is smart is when you start to have flows of information that is not only unidirectional. So you have multi-directional information, and then you do something smart with this information. And when you have several energy systems interconnected, then you need to check for how they interact. Do they interact in a good way? And what are the informations that you interchange between these systems? Can you trust this information, and so on? And then you need to do something smart for all the systems, not only for one of the systems. And I believe that we have a lot of data that we exchange between the systems, but then you need to find the important information in this. So you need to do some data mining to see what actually is behind all this data, to find the patterns. And this is an example how the electricity price could be affected by various players. So you see a curve here of the electricity price, and I have pointed out some players. But if you have, let's say you have your electric car, and you have very few electric cars in a system, that will of course not affect the price. But once you start to have more and more electric cars, or you have more and more wind, that will start to affect the electricity price. Then you also integrate with other sectors like the power to gas with the electrolyzers. Then you start to affect the price even more. So I think this is also very important to ensure that you check what are the interactions between the different energy systems to ensure that you get a system that will keep the high security of supply. And I believe information and cybersecurity is one of the key aspects for this. So this was all from my side. Thank you.
Very much, Robert Eriksson from Svenska Kraftnät. Tack ja kiitos to all of you. Now we're soon gonna go into a panel debate with all these four working for the transmission system operators in our 4 Nordic countries. Please, Henrik, Jussi, Anders, and Robert, stay tuned. Thank you very much. One of the things that I've been thinking about when I've been listening to your presentation, and also generally when we talk about energy and energy research, and now focusing on transmission systems and you who operate them in Sweden, Finland, Norway, and Denmark, if you would have a hotline, a direct hotline to the policymakers and the decision makers, what would you tell them that they have to do next? Anders, if we start with you.
Just to start where I left off, the cybersecurity solutions need to be developed in the same speed as the digital solutions, because if you just connect all the countries together and make automated decisions happening without focusing on the cybersecurity, I think we're going to be blacked out in not so much time. It's going to be a very vulnerable system. So I think that will be my first advice, and also, of course, it's this is an international challenge. It's not possible to solve the green shift only in Norway or Sweden or Denmark, or even without taking in the rest of Europe. So here we need to work together on much of the solutions we are looking for. It's not something we can make country by country. Here we have to stand together.
That is very true. And according to the vision for the Nordic Council of Ministers, we definitely want to be in the forefront here in the Nordic countries when it comes to being the most integrated and sustainable region in the world also, so we can lead the way for the rest of the world. It is a very ambitious goal. But you mentioned that we have to collaborate much more according to when it comes to cybersecurity and also digitalization. Robert, you touched upon these themes a lot in your presentation. What do you think about this?
Of course, I agree, but I think it's also important to build competence. I think we need more people with the know-how and to sort of spread the knowledge as well between different countries.
Which ways do you see that this know-how should take? How should we be able to build this kind of
Well,
road
I
for
think
knowledge?
there should be different forums, but I believe this is one of them where you spread the knowledge and you make people aware of what's going on and how things work and so on. I think that is important, but I think it's also important to collaborate on different teams and then also look at the overall perspectives to ensure that the different systems work together. As I mentioned in my presentation, I think that is one of the key aspects, because if you don't interact in a good way, then you sort of just optimize your own subsystem, and then it's not sure that will then work together with other systems.
And why is it crucial that we work together, Robert?
To be able to reach the goals that we have set. I mean, we want to have a 100% renewable system, and for that we need to collaborate.
Jussi, if you would have a hotline to the decision makers, what would you advise them to do next?
Yeah, I think that the basis for everything is the strong infrastructure, and that's the TSO task. But if we speak about the smart energy systems, then I think that we need help also, and we have to cooperate regarding to such a market design that supports really the market-based flexibility and to enable easy access to all of the distributed resources to markets. And that means not only the development of market design, but also change of regulation so that it supports this kind of development.
So what would be the next step, the advice you would give? If it can be only one, what is the next?
Well, I think it's kind of joint action to real look at the barriers for such a supportive market design, if there is any. We have to look at those and then work to overcome those. And I think this market design work is a joint effort for all the stakeholders and TSOs.
Thank you, Jussi. And Henrik, the hotline. Do you have one?
I have several.
Oh, that's good. I'm happy for you.
But yeah, generally, of course, at least the Energinet are not doing a policy making, but of course we like to advise. One thing that I think is important, also thinking about the green transition in general, I share the opinion of Anders and Jussi, by the way, but I think that make sure that frameworks or regulation are created that allows upcoming technologies such as electrolysis or other large-scale consumption to test their business cases basically in the market. Because I think we need somehow a balanced build-out of course, renewable energy production, both electricity and other energy production, but also on the other hand side, the consumption, in order to efficiently utilize our both existing infrastructure, but also the potential coming infrastructure, regardless of whether that is electricity grids or hydrogen grids or whatever. So that would be my main advice.
Thank you very much, Henrik. You touched upon cybersecurity, know-how, and market design and retransition. If we start with know-how, do we in the Nordic countries have enough know-how when it comes to these questions? What do you think, Henrik? I can see you smile.
I was just thinking you can always get better or be better. But I think we are in a good position. And also what Robert touched upon, both build up of competences, but also knowledge sharing and sharing experiences across the Nordic countries is important, I think, in order to achieve the goals that we have set. So again, I think it's important to also not think that you are the best, because there could be people out there in Europe or in the world that are even better, or at least can help us achieve what we have said. So I think my point is do not close ourselves, but open up and be open for input.
Anders, how do you see the situation? Do we have enough know-how in the
In some areas, we have more than enough know-how, I think. But the new one with all the digitalization and cybersecurity, we are a bit spread out, a bit thin. So it's important that we use the know-how we have in the Nordic countries together, so we don't build up parallel capacities. That will take too much time. But how we are building the grid today, or have been doing in the last couple of years, it's that one we handle quite well, I think, even separately between the countries. But in the newer areas, I think we need to think like a Nordic country almost, to develop together and share information. Especially when it comes to cybersecurity, you touch up on security issues also, and people tend to keep their card quite close to their chest, and it's hard to learn from each other. And that one has to be built on trust, I think, to find new solutions together. And also another point is that the other sectors has quite a lot of knowledge within these areas. For instance, within the defense area and health and others that has been doing quite a lot on this area from before. So we should learn from the other sectors also outside this energy bubble that we normally operate.
Thank you very much. Jussi, what are your thoughts about this?
Yeah, I pretty much agree with the previous speakers, and actually Anders just spoiled my point that we should learn from the other sectors as well. But just to add on that we should utilize expertise where is it in the best. For example, small companies or startups have very good knowledge about new technologies and so on. So we should be able to utilize those as well.
Thank you very much. We are talking about a lot of big changes that we want to see and that we work hard for, that should happen the coming 10, 15 years in the Nordic countries and globally. They will change the Nordic power grids, but how? Could you all give a concrete example how you see that these changes will affect our grids, starting with Anders?
Yeah, we need to be much more integrated between the countries and also between sectors within our countries. I think it's going to be hard to separate sometimes how and who is doing what. So at least for Norway and maybe also the other countries, that the clear shift or differences between the DSOs and the TSOs is going to be not there anymore, I think, because now we have to work together all the way out to the consumer, because we need flexibility both on production and on the user side. So we need a fully integrated energy sector and grid to be able to cope. And also, I see we are very much focused now on wind. That's the new production area, but it might come new technologies. I was reading about fusion energy here the other day, and that might be a big game changer. So it's important that we also focus on a wider area than just on wind that everybody now is focusing on, because in 10, 15, 20 years, it might be completely different sources for energy that's going to change the whole ballgame again.
Exciting. What do you, Robert, see as a concrete example of how the grid is going to change?
I think this is a very tricky question, because it's very hard to know what is going to happen. For sure, we will get more wind power. We will have more integration with other systems. I mean, more connections to Europe. But I think people will get more aware about energy as a whole, and we will also be more aware of the environmental impact that our consumption have.
Thank you, Robert. Jussi, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that main change will be the electrification. And that means that we really have to take care about the infrastructure and, for example, electricity grid. And of course, that's kind of our main business area. But what is new here is that we have to really find out the cost-efficient solutions for this. And one way to think is to add new elements to the keeping grid capacity, mainly flexibility and new technological solutions, for example, different kind of technologies, not only building new overhead lines, but also on parallel on that to investigate really other solutions like utilizing flexibility for saving some transmission peaks and dynamic line rating as one example of new technology which enables more transmission capacity and so on. So we have to utilize all kind of means to keep adequate transmission capacity.
Thank you. And Henrik, what are your thoughts on the topic?
I think the three previous speakers covered quite some interesting areas, and I share that opinion. I'm not sure, though, that the DSO and TSO will become the same thing in the future necessarily. But I agree that the distributed energy resources is an important factor in the future power grid, where we have been used to more maybe centralized power plants, of course, large-scale offshore wind. We see a huge development, at least in Denmark, on for instance, solar power, and that's new for the transmission system to handle. So that will be interesting, and of course, I think Robert or Jussi mentioned also the electrification, both the direct electrification in terms of heat pumps and electric vehicles, but also the indirect one with the power to gas and power to X perspective will impact the grid significantly in the future. And also, Robert mentioned the awareness of the impact, environmental impact. But I think we should also be aware that if we want to achieve what we've set, we should be aware that we also need some kind of infrastructure in the future. We can't achieve this without infrastructure and digital support systems to reach the goal.
How could this infrastructure look like, for an ordinary consumer, for example?
I think it depends. For the ordinary consumer, I think the future power system or the future energy system will look quite differently depending on the eyes who sees. But I think the consumer will experience I think Jussi or Robert mentioned the smart grid. I think the consumer will experience the smart home to some extent, which could interplay with the smart power grid in the future. So acting when the electricity price is low, cut off electricity consumption when the transmission system or the distribution systems are overloaded, and also as a consumer and a citizen, you will, I think, see infrastructure somehow in the landscape.
Thank you very much, Henrik. And for the ones of you who are following us right now on this live stream, feel free to ask us any kind of questions in the chat box. We have received a few, and the first question is, what challenges do you see in the prosumer buildings? Is there anyone of you who wants to answer that question? Jussi?
Challenges in prosumer buildings. I think that's something that is happening already now. But what are the challenges there? Perhaps there is still lack of proper services in some extent, so that they can really utilize this kind of microgrid and also be connected to the main grid. I think for sure in future there will be better services, so that you don't have to take care about all the technologies, but you just select between two contracts, and the smarter one is something that you may have a bit cheaper price, for example, if you allow your resources to be used as a flexibility. That's one example of possible services in future. But about the challenges, I'm not that aware of those.
You want to add to this?
Yeah, I see that it's happening also in Norway in very small scale. It's on the R&D phase almost. But I see that the incentives for the consumer to change and do the costs and the investments necessary is not there yet, because the price differences in electricity isn't that big. And we see also in Norway and also the other Nordic countries most likely that it's based on sun, and you need most electricity during the winter, and it's very little sun in some areas of Norway. So for the grid, we still need a strong grid, even though if they're able to produce a lot of electricity in the summer, it's low. The loads are not that high as it is in winter. So if it's going to have a real effect for the central grid, at least it needs to have some production also during winter, when the need for electricity is much bigger than in the summer.
Thank you. What are the Swedish take on this topic, Robert?
I would say that as Anders mentioned, the incentives for this, it's not so clear how prosumers can actually gain so much by doing this. But I think it's also a matter of how you interact with the grid. So if you're only optimizing or doing cost savings on the prosumer side, you might actually not do the cost saving on the other end where you have the grid. So you need to sort of create the right incentives in order to optimize the whole system, including the prosumers.
Thank you, Robert. Another question that we received in one of our chat boxes is, do you see DC homes in the near future, like the Netherlands try to do it? Who would like to start elaborating on this topic? Henrik, any thoughts?
DC homes as in direct current?
Yes.
Okay. To be honest, I don't know. I don't know. I have not that much insights into that part.
Robert, or Jussi, or Anders, any thoughts about this?
I think it could be possible, but it's like changing the side you're driving on the road. It's like you have to sort of change all your equipment, that everything should run on DC instead of AC, and you have a lot of equipment that is sort of old and that you would like to keep, and it's using AC. Perhaps you can have some other equipment that will transform the DC to AC, but then you lose the point. So I think it's tricky, but sort of need to standardize, and then you could perhaps get a lot of consumers going for that option, and then it could move forward. But I think it's hard.
Yeah, and then perhaps the interaction to the grid distribution grid side, which is still AC. Then you need kind of converters in between, and then it sounds to me that it's not that cheap option, and a lot of standardization would be needed there anyway. But technically, I think it's of course possible to have a DC home.
Yeah, same in Norway. We haven't really been looking into that area and the possibilities and the changes it might give, but as mentioned here by the one of the others, is like changing the side of the road. It's gonna take quite a few measures to be able to operate, I think, with the AC building or DC building. Yeah.
Thank you very much. It was a good question, though. And we have a third and last one before we have to round up this panel discussion. Stefan Heine is writing, what about integration of the energy markets towards continental Europe, the Baltic Sea? Is there important things to address in the near future? And what would these be? Who would like to start?
I can start from Statnett.
Yes, please.
We just had election yesterday in Norway, so we're gonna have a change of power. New parties will come in with new agendas, and some of them are very skeptical for ACER, for instance, how we're gonna connect to Europe and how much control and how much European thoughts are gonna be applied in the Norwegian grid and how we develop it. So I think it's, at least for Norway, that's exporting electricity. It's almost a political decision or a discussion on how to proceed and on what kind of challenges and issues and possibilities that's opening with more integration for Europe. But from a Statnett point of view, if you just look at the grid, I think it's a good solution if we're able to have more integration and interaction with the rest of Europe. It will give us more possibilities to get rid of charcoal and gas and other CO2 production for electricity.
Yes, Henrik?
Yeah, from a Danish perspective, we are quite focused on being well connected to both the Nordics, of course, but also to Central Europe. And I think our projects regarding the energy islands are a quite good example of how we want to go about the green transition, actually. And I know that's only on the production side, as I mentioned before, that the consumption side is important as well. But Denmark is a small country, and on a European scale, our electricity consumption is minimal. So it is important for Denmark to be well connected electricity-wise, but also potentially on other energy carriers in the future.
What about Finland?
Yes, I think at Fingrid we believe on markets, and I think that comes already from the European Commission that the target is to integrate all the markets, and I think we have already European-wide day-ahead market and mainly intraday as well, and the next thing is to integrate those balancing power markets, reserve power markets in the Nordic level and probably later on in the wider area. So I believe that the larger market area we have, the better is it, and then you have more options. Of course, that means that you have a adequate capacity in between the countries, but I think that's good idea. But I would like to add also that now we are speaking about the electricity markets, but if you think about this sector integration, perhaps somewhere in a bit far future, we should think about the possibility to integrate also different sectors. So gas market, electricity market, this heating side, and so on. So in order to really enable this smooth flexibility trade, for example, from different kind of sectors. So that's perhaps the next step.
Robert, would you like to add something?
Much said, but I could mention that we are on a Nordic level also collaborating and working on how to integrate with the Central Europe to exchange services. So not only energy, but also balancing services. So meaning that perhaps someone in Spain could provide a balancing service to Sweden, for instance. That will make cost savings when we start to exchange other services.
Thank you very much, Robert. And it is time for us to wrap up this 90 minutes of Nordic Energy Research Forum. I would like to thank Henrik, Jussi, Anders, and Robert, who has given us all their knowledge they could during these last 20-25 minutes. Thank you very much. And if you who are watching this live stream would like to have their presentations, just get in touch with Nordic Energy Research. We will now take a break for everybody to get something to eat and stretch their legs. We'll be back at 2 o'clock, finish time. And do not go anywhere, because there's a lot of things and fun things going to happen after that. I'll give you a small teaser from the Baltics.
Hello, I'm Matti Koivisto, researcher at the Technical University of Denmark, Department of Wind Energy. So thank you very much for inviting me to discuss a little bit about our project BaltHub, which is funded by Nordic Energy Research. So in this project, we focus on offshore energy hubs. Can they be a good solution for driving green transition in the Baltic Sea? And can they also be used to interconnect the Baltic Sea countries, basically interconnecting their electricity markets? So what is an offshore energy hub? There is one possible visualization. So basically we will have a lot of offshore wind interconnected into this hub. Then the hub can be connected to other hubs, but then also to multiple countries onshore, so it can have access to multiple electricity markets. Also, it can have the power-to-X element, so we can have also production of green fuels directly at the hub. So it's going to be most likely quite far from shore, most likely going to be quite big. If we go such a hub, we don't expect it to be very small. The Danish hub currently planned for the North Sea is up to 10 gigawatts when it will be fully completed. And it's going to be connected to multiple countries, and as I said, we'll have most likely power-to-X element, so it can be used in the generation of green fuels as well. So we have actually created this modeling chain, but applied it mostly in the North Sea side. So we have studied these things. The hubs make sense under certain scenarios, under certain cost development, how big could they be expected to be towards 2050, but mostly focused on the North Sea. And there are a number of academic papers if you are interested. But in the BaltHub, we want to look them in the Baltic Sea. And this is, of course, for developers to see sort of the scenarios under what assumptions could the hubs make sense, but also for political decision makers, because the hubs most likely will have regulatory issues, and also maybe there will be incentives perhaps to kickstart such hubs. So we wanted to show under which assumptions they are cost beneficial. And the important thing is that in these scenarios, the hubs will not be kind of forced into the system, but they will be in competition with solar PV, onshore wind, and other generation types. So we want to see, are they cost optimal, not just if they will appear with any kind of a cost. So we have studied this in the North Sea, and currently it seems that the hubs make sense when we have strong sector couplings. So when we electrify the heating and also the transportation sector, then we have need for a lot more electricity generation, and then it makes sense that these big energy hubs also make sense, and also the mesh grid related to them, so we can interconnect the hubs, and then we can interconnect the hubs to shore. And now we want to study it in the Baltic Sea region, and we have great partners, university partners in the different Nordic and Baltic countries, and also we are very lucky to have 4 observer transmission system operators from the region, so they give us comments and feedback on our work and results. And yeah, we are funded by the Nordic Energy Research and operational this and next year. And the status of the project is that we have scoped possible hub locations in the Baltic Sea region. So these are the candidate locations. They are not where the hubs will be, but they are where they potentially could be, and then they only appear in our scenarios if they are found optimal. And now we will test under which assumptions could they be cost beneficial, depending on cost of offshore wind, about the hubs themselves, maybe on transmission lines and others, and also about political incentives. So maybe there's a certain CO2 tax limit when they make sense. Also about hydrogen demand, as I said, the sector coupling is expected to play a big role in whether these hubs are beneficial or not. So we will test different assumptions. Do we have the hydrogen economy going? How fast? And also others. And this is what we will do for the rest of this year and then next year. Thank you very much. This was a very brief introduction on the project, but you got a bit of an idea what kind of things we are doing, what we have already done in the North Sea, and what we will be now doing in the Baltic Sea. You are most welcome to contact me. My email address was in the first slide. Yeah, please send me questions and comments and feedback. Thank you very much.
Hello and very warm welcome to you back to the Nordic Energy Research Forum 2021. We are live streaming from Helsinki, the Nordic Culture Point, where we are celebrating not only the forum, but also a little bit later today, we're gonna announce who has won the Nordic Energy Challenge. But to kickstart the coming 90 minutes here at the forum, we will start with some greetings from Iceland, from Erla Sigríður Gestsdóttir. She's working for the Ministry of Industries and Innovation in Iceland.
Dear colleagues, I am delighted to address the Nordic Energy Research Forum with a postcard from Iceland for the session Sustainable Transport Rise to the Challenge. My name is Erla Gestsdóttir and I am a senior advisor in the Ministry of Industries and Innovation in Reykjavik, Iceland. I have more than 15 years experience working in energy-related matters in Iceland. I worked in the ministry for over 10 years and the whole time had my focus on the energy transition for transport, among many other things, such as the electricity market and developing a long-term energy policy for Iceland. Today we are in a very energetic area of Iceland. We are at a geothermal power plant in Hellisheiði, just outside of Reykjavik. The background noise you hear is the sound from a tourism exhibition and the turbines, and we are inside due to the wonderful Icelandic summer weather. The power plant belongs to ON Power, which produces electricity, water for district heating, and last but certainly not least, hydrogen for the energy transition. Also in the premises is CarbFix, which is a CCS unit, or method of carbon capture and removal. The unit captures and abates carbon dioxide by pumping into underground wells, where it combines with the rock formations under the surface. This area is actually a good example of the current and past challenges of Iceland. It actually encompasses and showcases the energy transitions Iceland has been through in the past. The first transitions were converting to renewable electricity and heat from hydro or geothermal sources. The third stage is our final frontier, the need for sustainable transport. And as stated in our energy policy, Iceland aims for carbon neutrality by 2040 and fossil fuel independence by 2050. Reaching these targets will be met by several types of actions. Firstly, through electrification of mobility, which is already well underway. Iceland ranks second worldwide in terms of electrification of cars already. This is supported and encouraged through tax incentives, access to affordable green, sustainable energy, and public support to charging facilities around the country. Secondly, green hydrogen and e-fuels are envisaged to become more and more usual in heavy transport, shipping, and aviation. This transformation will be based on Iceland's abundant, clean, sustainable, and affordable energy resources. Thirdly, carbon capture and storage through removal from industrial and other sources will also play an important role through the CarbFix method. The government and the energy-intensive industry in Iceland, aluminum, silicon, metal, are working together to find ways to capture emissions from the industry and remove them through the CarbFix method. Nordic cooperation on sustainable transport is very important. Being from a small country, it is very evident for us that there is strength in numbers in joining together our relatively small countries on a global scale. We can act more decisively and quickly. Sourcing limited resources in research funds and projects gives our common challenge more depth. Aside from that, the Nordic countries have common ground in energy and overall ambitious focus on progress. The Nordics have a high amount of renewable energy and a long history of working with it in various sectors. So aligning together is straightforward and makes sense. Sharing of information is of utmost importance. Learning from the experience of other Nordic countries who are perhaps further along development-wise in one area gives the cooperation a strategic advantage. We in the Nordic region can do many things together to achieve the goal of carbon neutral transport sector by 2050. We should continue to focus on our strengths, what gives most value to the Nordic people. The Nordic vision of becoming the most sustainable and integrated region in the world by 2030 is a clear guideline for our efforts. We know what to do, our mandate is clear, the main effort is therefore to set focus on the areas in research, policy and centers cooperation that gives most value and will be a groundbreaking catalyst for progress in the energy transition for transport. Thank you and good luck with your important work ahead.
Thank you very much. That was greetings from Iceland. Transport and sustainable transport. That is what we're going to dive into now the coming 20 minutes. We're going to do that in a panel with three very knowledgeable people who really know how to debate these things. But why transport? Transport cannot take place without the use of energy. And the green transformation of the transport sector is crucial if we're going to reach the ambitious climate goals that we have in the Nordic countries and globally. Our solutions will depend on very close collaboration and cooperation, not only in the Nordic countries, but globally. We need our neighbors to be able to solve the crises that we have in front of us and within the transportation system. Starting from where energy is created, to how it is stored and transported and used. We have to find solutions. Is a fully fossil-free transport sector possible in the Nordic region? This is what we're going to discuss. And with me, I have Maria Fiskerud. She's project manager for Nordic Network for Electric Aviation, and Lykke Mulvad Jeppesen, head of energy economics from Örestad, and Sven Søyland, senior advisor at Nordic Energy Research. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's start with you presenting yourselves and what you are working with. Sven, if we start with you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about something that is very important. My name is Sven Søyland, and I am a senior advisor with Nordic Energy Research. I oversee various transport projects, both in the air, on land, and at sea. And I've also been then in charge of preparing a lot of publications on behalf of Nordic Energy Research.
Thank you, Sven. Maria, would you like to present yourself?
Yes, my name is Maria Fiskerud, and I work as a project manager for the Nordic Network for Electric Aviation. As part of my job, I do a lot of other things as well, and I thought I will tell a little bit about my story, how I started in working with fossil-free aviation in 2014 and until today, because that gives us a little bit the history about fossil-free aviation in the Nordics, I would say. So when I started 2014, that was also the year when we had our first fossil-free or sustainable aviation fuel flights in the Nordics. 2 in Norway and 2 in Sweden. And I was happy to be part of all of them. And that was the 4 flights out of hundreds that we had done at that time. So a lot of people talked about sustainable aviation fuel and other fuels than fossil fuels for aviation as science fiction. Since then, I have also been working with, as you can see now in my project management title, the electric aviation. And that came more and more into this area in 2018, 2019. So I'm working both with the Nordic cluster, the electric aviation network, and also with ELISE, which is the Swedish project where we are more building the industry for electric aviation. But I also have been managing the innovation cluster for fossil-free aviation 2045 in Sweden, with the goals to become fossil-free domestically 2030, and for all for all aviation 2045 in Sweden. And this is also important because there we look at both the market, the system innovations that we need, and the technical solutions, and we need to get all these different parts in place. On Monday, I actually starting a new job. And now I'm moving a little bit out of research and innovation and more towards the commercial part of aviation. So I will start as a sustainable manager at the airliner Braton's regional airline in Sweden. And I think this is good because we do have a chicken and egg debate here. We have the technical solutions we need, the sustainable aviation, the biorefineries, and also building the electric aviation, and we have the aviation industry. All of us want fossil-free or sustainable aviation, but we are kind of waiting for each other. And now when I take the step over to the more commercial side, I think that's where we are aiming, because now we need to put demand into this area so we get production and technical solutions out here on the market.
Oh, thank you very much for that, Maria, and that congratulations to your new job. I'm looking forward to seeing what you can bring with you from this current job to your new fields of expertise. Before I give the stage to Lykke Mulvad Jeppesen, I just want to remind you who are following us on our live stream that you are very welcome to write down questions or comments below, and then we'll find time and space to get them answered by Lykke, Maria, and Sven. But now, Lykke, please present yourself and tell us a little bit about what you're doing.
Thanks a lot, and thanks for inviting me here. My name is Lykke Mulvad Jeppesen, working in Ørsted, head of a team called Energy Economics, which is a part of our regulatory affairs team, where we work with regulatory subjects across Ørsted's entire business. So working with the offshore wind turbines, with the thermal power plants, which has been a part of Ørsted's historical main activities, but now also working with our activities related to Power-to-X, hydrogen production and carbon capture, as we also look into, and all the related regulatory issues that is barriers and possibilities that is around that subject. I have been in Ørsted since 2010, with a short break joining the Danish Energy Agency for 3 years, and then I came back in 2018, and for the entire period worked with the same regulatory area. I think that was about me and short about Ørsted's activities, but I will come back to all that later.
Thank you very much, Lykke. We are happy to have you here with us today. Sustainable transport, that's something that we've been talking about for a long time already, and we are going to continue talking about it as well. But why is transport still considered to be one of the hardest sector to decarbonize? Sven, what are your thoughts?
Thank you for having the first shot. Maria mentioned one thing that is very important, and that is the chicken and egg. So it's about daring to start produce something where the price is not settled, and whether customers are not yet ready and prepared to ask for these products. So that's probably one of the biggest challenges. And of course, you have the issue of hardware lock-in. For instance, a ship could last for anything between 20 and 30 years. You have to make decisions very long term, and you have to make bold decisions and basically have a guess of what's coming, what will be the right choice of fuel or design, whatever. And finally, the last point would be that we don't have a proper cost of CO2 yet. The externalities are not counted in. So we subsidize CO2 emissions. They don't cost enough, both in terms of health and in climate effects. If we adjust the carbon price, suddenly some of these alternative fuels will become much more attractive.
Thank you, Sven. Maria, what are your thoughts about this?
I think I will try to look at this from a little bit other perspective and challenge it a little bit. I think that we have talked for a long time about the heavy transport, sea and air is very difficult because we need liquid fuel. I think that's not true any longer. We have other techniques. Yeah, we do need liquid fuel as well, but we have electric, and that's been going faster, I would say, in all these areas than we thought maybe from the beginning. And there is a report now. I do hope we will be able to do this for aviation as well, but I've seen a report about the total cost ownership for trucks, for heavy trucks, and it actually says that already in 2025, the total cost ownership will be cheaper for electric trucks. And I think we will see similar things for these other areas as well. We have also talked about that it's very difficult and more expensive to develop sustainable aviation fuel. And yes, it is. It's one more step than if you make it for the road transport. And therefore we say no one wants to pay because it's of course more expensive as well then. But I don't think that's true any longer either, because I think we will see after the pandemic, and now when we start travel again, and with all the knowledge we have, not at least from the IPCC report that we got in August about what's happening around us, and now we can actually feel it and see it, I think we are more eager to pay and pay for the CO2 emissions today. So I don't think that's true any longer either. And we also talk about that the emissions from aviation today is 2-3%. And when we are talking about the emissions from aviation in 2050, the researchers so far have usually just doubled it, or they say usually it triples until 2050, so around 50-20%, and then they think that all other areas will decrease their emissions. But aviation will also decrease the emission, and that's not in the figure. So that's also when we usually talk about that aviation will be such a huge part in 2050. So I think we need to recalculate those figures to have more accurate figures and more. So much have happened just the last 5 years, so we need to get that into the calculations as well. Instead, I do think that we have a lot of benefits. For example, there are few places to fuel for aviation. There's one type of fuel, and we now start to get more and more ways to produce it. Like we talked about, like electrofuels, we have biofuels, we have bioelectrofuels, and hydrogen and electric battery aviation as well. And we have the renewables, both the renewable electricity and the raw material feedstock here in the Nordics. So we have all the possibilities to make it happen here.
I can see you nodding, Lykke. What are your thoughts?
I think I will place myself a little between Sven and Maria. I fully agree with Sven that we need to have more focus on the costs. There is sectors that are not a part of the national climate targets, and they don't have any incentives to be greener. They have customers that are not willing to pay that much. Very heavy competition in those sectors. I mean, both the shipping and aviation, but also heavy transport. So I understand that historically it has been very hard to decarbonize those sectors. The cost has been very high. The alternatives has been limited. But what we see now is that because of the cost of electricity has decreased so tremendously, renewable electricity is now very competitive, And the whole hydrogen discussion has begun for real. Now we can see a business case in producing hydrogen based on renewable electricity. And that means that we can produce the liquid fuels, and we can also use hydrogen directly in part of the transport sector. And also just the electrification of the transport sector has become much more relevant because of the cost of the cars has come down, but also the cost of the fuels. So yes, historically transport has been very challenging because the alternatives has been very limited. But now we look into a 10 years period ahead of us where we have the potential, also like Maria talked about, we have the resources to produce fuels for those sectors that is green, that is clean, and that can be at least that what we hope for and cross our fingers for, that if we will go through the same journey as the electricity production had went through, it can also be cost competitive when we look into the beginning of the 30s or maybe moving towards the 40s, but it is starting to, at least if we do it right, if we focus on industrializing the sectors and really focusing on getting up in scale, getting some flagship projects, and also like Sven mentioned, that the customers will start to take chances, or you can say it's amazing that Maersk has been out ordering 8 ships because it is a chicken and egg. So now they ordered the ships without having the knowledge that they can get the liquid for it, the fuel for it. So, and that's very good. So if the politicians can help them to create these incentives, and also, I don't know, I'm not saying here if it should be a carrot or a stick, but at least if there will come some incentives in the sectors to start decarbonizing, and the sector is ready to deliver the fuel. So I think we will see a development the next 10 years that will change that transport is maybe still hard, but not impossible to decarbonize.
Yeah, no, I'd like to modify myself a bit because I sounded very pessimistic, which I actually are not, because when we look to direct electrification of transport, it happens already, and it's maturing, and it's actually competitive. If we look at personal vehicles, or we can look at ferries, ships. Just two numbers for you on vehicles. In Norway now, 17% of all light-duty vehicles are sold are electric. In terms of personal vehicles, 70% of all new cars are electric nowadays. So it can happen. And so there's a great opportunity here, and that is that the politicians get involved, that they secure predictability, and also that they put out stable conditions. And we've seen examples of both those when it comes to electric vehicles. Secondly, I think we shouldn't underestimate green public procurement. That's what's happening. That's what's likely to happen when we buy new services from airline companies in rural regions. And it already happens for ferries. And it's likely to happen on a Nordic level when building new buildings, insisting on fossil fuel construction sites. So in a sense, I'm quite optimistic, but there are, of course, challenges. We shouldn't underestimate that.
Thank you very much, Sven. You are all the three of you are very optimistic, and as a moderator, I can really feel that there is hope. The pace is really high. It's going fast right now. But if you were allowed to pick one area where the pace is the fastest, where is that? Is it air? Is it land? Is it sea? Would you like to start?
Guess first.
I think Sven mentioned it a bit, that it's really moving fast on the land transport. I mean, the electric vehicles has they're coming. They are interesting. They are offering different kind of cars, so all the people can see themselves in the cars, and that's just coming more and more. So at least maybe it's easy in the Nordic countries, at least in Denmark and Norway, where we're used to pay very high taxes. So it's kind of easy to make an electric car competitive. But it's really going fast now. But where it also moves very fast now is maybe still on the maybe more on the strategies and so on is on the power to X. Everyone is talking about it. A lot of big industrial player is asking for fuel, and it seems like that they are ready to buy it tomorrow. But it's just the challenge right now is to get it produced, build the plants, get the environmental permits, and so on. It seems like that this is the biggest barrier right now. So. And maybe also at the end of the day, something that we are working with in Ørsted is it's very important to get real commitment from the buyers. It's easy to say that you can buy a lot of fuels. We also need some willingness to pay, and maybe that's where it will become tricky. But right now we see a lot of interest from both shipping and aviation and the heavy transport. So I'm pretty sure that what we see in light cars now, we will see in a couple of years in the other sectors, other part of the sector.
Maria, do you agree?
Mostly I'm working with aviation, so I'm not that up to date in the other transport sectors. But what I can see in aviation is moving really, really fast right now. And I think it's important that because we do have a lot of development here in the Nordics, we are a forerunner, and it's important, I think, that we stay that way. And I'm a little bit worried about that. For example, when we see our airliners, like for example SAS, they are working together with Gevo in the US, for example, because we don't have the biorefineries here in the Nordics. We of course have Neste, but then from the forestry. So they are working together and collaborating with biorefineries in the US. And now if we talk about hard aerospace, the 19-seater built outside of Gothenburg, the big investments now is coming from the US again, because they are building up the regional airliners. So we need to take care about this in the Nordics, I think. And there, as you mentioned, Sven, and talked about, I think it's very important with public procurement, and that we take care about all the technical solutions that we have here and implement it here, so we actually get the effects here as well. And I would also like to mention us as travelers. It's very important that we talked about the chicken and egg, we talk about prices, and it's important that we take our responsibility as well, and that we are willing to pay, because we also see a lot of low-cost airliners coming into our Nordic countries now after the pandemic. And if we want to fly, and if we want to be part of this development for a more fossil-free aviation, we need to support the airliners that can that have the products that includes the tickets that includes fossil-free aviation and sustainable aviation fuel.
Thank you very much for that, Maria. Would you like to comment?
Yeah, I have the opportunity to summarize what have been said so far. First of all, it's difficult to predict, and also there are various pockets within each forms of transport. But in terms of providing deep decarbonization, I think actually sea has the pole position. With ferries, with commuter vessels, several examples of ships that will run on hydrogen or ammonia. So I will say that in terms of creating decarbonization, that will be maybe one of the best ones. Aviation is moving fast, and we are in a pole position in the Nordics. what is important that we can actually take a lead, not only in aviation, but in all sectors. The Nordic countries have a lead, and it creates working places as we speak. Battery factories, new types of cars, aviation industry that actually are developing know-how of building up new airports. So we have a golden opportunity here to become a flagship in terms of decarbonizing all forms of transport.
And that is also one of the targets, the goals for the Nordic Council of Ministers' vision for 2030, to become a leader when it comes to sustainability in all sectors in the Nordic countries. And that brings me to our last question before we have to do the roundup here. How should we continue working with the Nordic collaboration? Where do we need to get better? Since Sven and myself are working within the collaboration, the official part of it, I would like Maria and Lykke to answer.
Do you want to start?
Yes, I can start. I think one of the, at least when we look into both direct electrification, but also producing fuels from electricity, it's really important that we continue to build out our renewable electricity sources very fast. It's when we look even in Denmark, where we have built a lot of renewable electricity, we still have a big offshore potential that we can deploy, and it's important that we do it in a very fast speed, because we need the electricity. And I think the Nordic countries, we have a very good history about trading electricity across the borders, and it's very important that we continue to do that to make electricity a very secure product, so we can secure our transport sector that they always will have their fuel. And we need to cooperate and to trade with each other to enable a low cost on the electrons. And I think we have been very good at that historically, and we should just continue that and still have a very ambitious build-out plan for our renewables in the Nordics.
Yeah, and I think one by one, we are very small countries, but together we are the 17th economy in the world. So then we can really start to make a difference. And I think we need to make the investments and Nordic investments together, biorefineries, but also investments in e-fuels and so on, to continue to develop that. And we can see many benefits of working together, not least in the Nordic Network for Electric Aviation, where we see that we can help each other to move further, to move faster towards electric aviation when we do it together. And we need to work with demand. And when we go together in the Nordic countries, we can get more demands for public procurements from us as travelers as well. And as you said, I do really think it's important that we get our different transportations to work together. This is sustainable mobility, and that's how we need to look at it. We need to work together. We need to get the different transports to work together and get the best things out of each transportation. I think that's very important as well. And I think we can do that on a Nordic level.
Thank you very much for that, Maria. Sven, do you think we can do it?
I think so. And we, in the Nordic Energy Research and in the Nordic Council of Ministers, we have a number of joint research and development projects. So we try our best to stimulate and mature technologies. I think many of the technologies are actually mature. We are missing policies. We're missing compatible and tangible policies across the Nordic nations. We have two interesting examples emerging. A joint blend-in requirement for the Nordic airlines and Nordic countries. That might actually happen this fall. It's a proposal that is going to be answered by the Council of Ministers from the Nordic Council, the parliamentarians. Secondly, I think we have to look hard at how we can create charge and fueling infrastructure within and across the Nordic countries. That will help us a lot in terms of decarbonizing transport.
Thank you very much, Sven. That was it for this panel. Thank you very much, Lykke and Maria, for participating. Thank you, Sven.
Thank you.
And now we will continue with the program. And now it's going to be party, because we're going to celebrate the winner of the Nordic Energy Challenge. And what is that?
Welcome to the Nordic Energy Challenge. My name is Klaus Skytte. I'm the CEO of Nordic Energy Research, and I'm also the chairman of the jury for the incoming Nordic Energy Challenge proposal. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome you. Nordic Energy Challenge aims to shape, innovate, and promote new ideas with exciting perspective that bring added value to the Nordic region. I hope you, as well as me, it's exciting to meet the challenge winners and to hear more about the winning proposal. The Nordic region aimed at being decarbonized while still being competitive and socially sustainable. The Nordic countries are well positioned for this, but we need to act fast in order to hit the unique window of opportunities to lead the green transition. As you have just heard in the previous session, finding Nordic solution for decarbonizing the transport sector is one of the major challenges in the green transition. Therefore, the topic of this year's Nordic Energy Challenge is how can sustainable transport enable the Nordic region to become carbon neutral? Transport is the sector that requires the largest emission reduction for the Nordic region to achieve carbon neutrality. It's also considered one of the most difficult sectors to decarbonize. This is due to many things. Among those are the need for alternative fuels, efficient integration of the energy system, new infrastructures, and modal shifts in transport. As well as coherent policies to combine these elements, and simultaneously, an area of barriers must be overcome regarding legal and regulatory aspects, safety and social acceptance, as well as structural changes related to finance, procurement, and market developments that affect large-scale deployment of sustainable solutions. So there's many challenges in the transport sectors. The candidate for this year's Nordic Energy Challenge were asked to take up these challenges, to come up with innovative and game-changing proposals for the Nordic cooperation needed to decarbonize the transport sector, handling the barriers and maximizing the added value of the Nordic cooperation. To select the best of these proposals, we examined a high qualified jury from the Nordic energy community. The jury assessed the submitted proposal on the basis of 3 criteria: the comprehensiveness, the innovation, and the Nordic added value. I would therefore like to start with a warm welcome to our jury. The first we have just met in the panel from before, from Sweden, is Maria Fiskerud, who is the project manager for the Nordic Network of Electric Aviation, NEA, and innovation cluster manager for the Swedish initiative Fossil-Free Aviation 2045. The second jury member is from Denmark, is Frida Frost. She is CEO of PowerLab DK at DTU Electrical Engineering, an experimental platform for electric power and energy, and a national green lab. And then myself as chairman for the board. So let's hear who is the running up for this year's Nordic Energy Challenge. So I'll give the word back to Mia. Welcome back, Mia.
Thank you very much, Klaus. Okay, I will present the runner-ups. We will start with 3rd place, and this is the motivation of the jury. The second runner-up presented a well-formulated idea for an innovative technical solution with potential applications in the Nordic region. The proposal demonstrates a high technical level while remaining approachable for non-experts. The level of detail is noticeable, particularly in identifying potentials and barriers for combined electrolysis units and biomass gasifiers in an integrated Nordic energy system. The system-level approach offered by the proposal could pave the way for additional research on Nordic synergies, and the proposal offers valuable perspectives on how differences in available energy resources between the Nordic countries could benefit the region as a whole. Third place goes to Ragnar Kiebach. Congratulations, Ragnar. Ragnar is not here in Helsinki right now with us, but we send all our warmest greetings to him over the net. And then, the second place. Motivation of the jury sounds like this. The runner-up submitted a proposal displaying sound understanding of barriers and opportunities in the transport sector for the Nordic region. The proposal has a strong empirical foundation, focusing on a data-driven mobility and energy development, with the help of machine learning to introduce a new transport-as-a-service business model. The candidate presented an innovative, solution-oriented approach to strengthen the Nordic region that can bring the countries closer together. This is particularly important in the wake of the COVID-19 crisis. Second place is awarded to Wu Chen. We're also celebrating you, Wu Chen, with some digital confetti here. Now, Klaus, the winner.
The winner. So, it's time for the jury to announce the winner of this year's best proposal for the Nordic Energy Challenge. So just to recap, the Nordic Energy Challenge aims to shape innovative research and promote new ideas with exciting perspectives that bring added value to the Nordic region. So, with this in mind, the jury has made an in-depth assessment of the proposal with respect to description of barriers and opportunities within the Nordic transport sector, comprehensiveness and overall quality of the participants' finalized work, level of innovative thinking in relation to what is feasible and developable, as well as the positive effect on the suggested solution. And finally, also, we assessed it with respect to the maximization of the Nordic added value by enhancing Nordic strengths and addressing Nordic challenges. So the motivation for the jury for the first place comes here. With descriptive illustration, a well-reasoned selection of sources, and an indirect presentation, the winning candidate demonstrates remarkable understanding of barriers and opportunities faced by the Nordic transport sector. The candidate highlights Nordic added value that the proposal could bring for the region's inhabitants and for the visitors' enjoyable seamless travel. Consideration for all relevant actors is consistent throughout the proposal, including those outside the transport sector. The proposal emphasizes systemic innovation, which, although difficult, is essential to realize the green transition. Another distinctive feature is the focus on digitalization and life cycle assessment of the Nordic transport sector, to identifying gaps and bottlenecks hindering decarbonization. In short, the winner proposal offers a fresh perspective on the Nordic transport sector. It's therefore me I'm very delighted to welcome the winner of this year's Nordic Energy Challenge, Dr. Sakaran. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's really an honor to be here in the Nordic Energy Forum, and I thank the entire team for giving this opportunity. And it will be my pleasure to have a few words about the project idea and also explain you briefly what we have been doing in this domain. Is that okay? Good. So the core of the idea is based on two important pillars. Of course, decarbonization is the most important one, but we build our entire project on digitalization and decentralization. That's the most important part for decarbonizing the transport sector in the Nordic region. So I would like to start with that. So we have abbreviated as DCubeN, and the project's main starting point is a few words about our company and what we are doing. We are in the clean and circular ecosystem development area. So people talk a lot about circularity, but whatever is circular, what we found out from our long-standing industrial experience is not clean. But sometimes what is clean is not circular. So there's always a kind of challenge here. But there is a sweet spot, and that's what we are trying to achieve. And the most important thing is our focus is on energy, transport, and the natural resource ecosystems. So be it food, water, mining, metals related area. So now coming to the main topic here. So our focus is on decarbonizing the transport sector, but as I already mentioned, the two important pillars are the digitalization and decentralization. So if I have to go into the main topic of this particular challenge, we found that there are three main pain points, or if you wish, goals to achieve in the transport sector for decarbonizing the transport sector. So the first one is how can we strategically reduce the overcapacity in the fossil fuel driven vehicles, especially in the private transport sector, because this is one of the biggest challenge. Are we ready to give away our cars that are run on diesel and gasoline? And are we ready to the new changes that we are going into? And in some countries, there are more than one cars. People have 2-3 cars. So there's an overcapacity here. And what we mean by overcapacity is most of these resources are not fully used. So they are there. And there's always a challenge of how can we strategically reduce this overcapacity. So the second one is how can we efficiently integrate low and zero carbon transport solutions into the bigger ecosystem, whether it is renewable or non-renewable, the overall ecosystem. And the third one is how can we systematically map the entire transport ecosystem to monitor the entire carbon footprint on different levels. And note the word, I'm talking about different levels. I mean it by different levels on a level which I will explain in the coming slides. So the project is based on the three building blocks, namely resource decentralization and process decentralization. And the third one is the digitalization aspect, which is the digital twinning or the Internet of Transport. It's very similar to what is happening in the industrial sector, but what we are trying to do that is in the transportation sector. So let me go into the first component before going into the decentralization and digitalization. I'm going to highlight the decarbonization issues. Of course, we have listened to a lot of technologies being developed. People talk about hydrogen being the solution or electric vehicles being the solution, or even crazy fuels like ammonia and methanol, they're coming into play. Whatever is the type of solution what we are looking into, we need to look them from the entire supply chain point of view. Because when you look them at only from the technological point of view, everything looks great, but the challenge is what happens in the ecosystem where they're going to come into play. So for example, whether it is hydrogen, what is going to be the charging or fueling systems there, who is going to manage the entire supply chain of hydrogen, where it is going to be produced, what type of hydrogen it is. People now talk about all kind of things about hydrogen, like green hydrogen, blue hydrogen, gray hydrogen, even pink hydrogen. For people, talking about pink hydrogen, it's produced entirely using the nuclear energy. So whatever is the color of the fuel, whatever is the color of the technology, we want to be agnostic about it as long as it falls into the clean and circularity index. So going back into that point, so what we have tried to achieve in our projects, and especially in the DCubeN, is to map the entire supply chain and connect the actors in the supply chain, whether it is the renewable energy producers, technology providers, government authorities, regulators, investors. We talked a lot about investment in the morning session also today, and vehicle operators and individuals like us who are having the cars and vehicles, so on. And thanks to the increasing amount of renewable infrastructure, especially in our Nordic ecosystem, and I'm very fascinated to say this because one of the biggest strengths in the Nordic ecosystem is the ability for us to bring that strength of Nordic renewable energy assets. And we are able to integrate them with new assets that will come into place, but also with the existing ones. So that's one of the main strengths. So the next aspect is in the decentralization aspect. So in the decentralization aspect, we are going to talk a little technology here, but I will try to make it as simple as possible. So we use a technology called as distributed ledger technology. And we are not talking about the crazy cryptocurrency behind it, but we are going to avoid the cryptocurrency backbone of it. We are only going to talk about the distributed ledger technology, which is the backbone of the entire process decentralization. Resource decentralization is clear. It is the nature of renewables, and it is the way renewables are being generated. So there is a power plant producing solar energy. There's a set of things that are coming from wind energy. So they are distributed in space, but also they are distributed in time, because whenever the sun is shining, maybe the wind is not blowing. Whenever the wind is blowing, the sun is not shining. So they are distributed in time, but also in space. So that is the decentralization of the resources. But also decentralization of the processes. That means how the decision is made on different steps in the supply chain. So that is the entire aspect. And that's where we use the blockchain-based transactions. And not only that, how can we decentralize the use of vehicles, for example? So that's where the sharing and renting economy comes into play. So resource decentralization, from our experience of testing this idea on different levels, we felt that it helps in moving away from a single way of doing things, whether it is the mode of transportation, whether it is fueling, whether it is recharging, to multiple modes of doing things. So then the idea goes away from having a car, then having a ride, having a journey. The journey is the process, but how can we move from what are the different options would I get to do that journey, right? And to a larger extent, renting and sharing is going to be transformed. And we are already seeing it now in bits and pieces, that renting and sharing will become a kind of a viable option, like we are doing a booking of a Airbnb or doing any kind of booking using Uber. Any hotel chain operator will tell you whether you have a centralized operation of a hotel network, then a distributed network like Airbnb. It's much easier and much more efficient to operate on a distributed way. And it can be seen from the occupancy rate, it can be usage rate and things like that. So distribution and decentralization helps in that way. So the DLT-based networks, basically what it helps is, it increases the efficiency of the grids, and it also helps in integrating various types of sources of energy into the whole process. So that's where one of the biggest challenges, how can we increase the grid efficiency? How can we increase the efficiency of the existing grids and also the future grids? And the most important thing is guaranteeing the credibility, privacy, and security of the actors. This is one thing that is going to become very important, and in the Nordic space particularly, we are very clear about how can we make sure that data credibility, privacy, and security comes together. And of course, with European Union's regulations on the GDPR and other things, data credibility, privacy, and security is a very important aspect of the supply chain. So let me go into the third building block, which is the main part, which is the digitalization. And I'm going to explain you in a bit about how this whole thing comes together in the digitalization aspect. So we are able to make sure that the individuals, companies, smart devices, vehicles, assets, they all come together and they are able to interact and transact in a direct manner. And we are able to do this in a way that has never been tried before in the Nordic context, perhaps also in a global context. How can we create the digital orchestration of assets, transport assets in a synchronized manner? So what are we going to do for that? So that's the main core idea here. So if you take the system, we have the first fundamental level, which is the vehicle levels. So it could be the individual buses, public transports, it could be the trains, it could be the aeroplanes, it could be the cars and ships, so on and so forth. So each of these have their own transport requirements, their fuel requirements, their basic criteria, their individuality, whether it is the ID of those vehicles, and these are all mapped at the vehicle levels. So the next level is the infrastructural level. So for example, we are now in Helsinki. So think of it like the train network in Helsinki, or the flight network that is emerging from Helsinki, or the entire shipping network that starts from Helsinki. So this is the level which we are talking about on the infrastructure level. And the third level is at the town or a city level. How can we map that in a synchronized manner on the higher level? So we can think about city as a network, city as an ecosystem. How can we do this mapping? It's built upon from the bottom level. And the last one, before we go into the climax, is the country level, where we are able to look at transport ecosystem from the country level, and finally the whole pillar, which is the Nordic level. So when you put them together, you get a kind of a stack up of all these things acting together, and we are able to look at the carbon footprint of this whole thing from the transport point of view, from different aspects, from different individual aspects, whether it is vehicle aspect or the infrastructural aspect. So now the question is, when we talk about decarbonization, then we think about what is the best option that is available, what is the chances that this will be sustainable, what is the real actual footprint of it, looking at it from the entire supply chain. That's very important, because you might get a green fuel, but the whole process of the fuel, from the transport point of view, from the distribution point of view, from the consumption point of view, might not be green anymore. So then the whole idea falls apart. So we have to look at, when we talk about decarbonization, we have to look at it from the entire life cycle. That means A to Z, the complete supply chain. So that brings to the end of this, the whole idea. And the added advantage of it, beyond just looking at it, is we can avoid the double counting, because that's one of the biggest challenges is, are we clear about what is a real actual carbon footprint? And this is not possible unless you look at it from the whole supply chain, and that's where the strength of DLT and the distributed ledger technologies come into play. So we are able to credibly account for it, authorize it, and verify it so that it becomes really clear. And the transparency aspect is very important, because nowadays airline companies, transportation companies, they all talk about, we can do carbon fixing by, if you buy credits from us, or you can pay a little bit more to make sure that your guilt is satisfied, in other words. So how can we be transparent? Can we know for sure that 1 cent, euro cent, or 1 euro that I'm paying for a particular program, it's actually meaning to cause a better effect? Because most of the biggest challenges at a policy level is much of the well-intended actions doesn't result in good outcomes. So there is a lot of unintended outcomes of well-intended actions, which we wanted to control. And that's where the transparency aspect comes into play. And we are able to do this. We have tried doing a simple prototyping straw man of it. For example, let's say we are talking about a D cube N contract on a vehicle level, or at a shipment level of a fuel. So for example, this is a classical example of what a smart contract using DLT will look like. For example, if I'm shipping, let's say, blue hydrogen from a point X, I will be able to understand what is actually the type of the fuel, what kind of carbon footprint it has, what is the quantity of it, and how does it fit into the compliance, and what is the lot ID, where it came from, where it is going, what is the process in which it has been produced, and is it a trial order or is it a complete order? That means from the quality point of view, and it has been hashed in terms of the whole process, so there is a timestamp of it that can be proved. This is at the level of a shipment, a big shipment, and a tonnage level. The second one is at the level of the consumer. So for example, I am going with my vehicle and I'm going to go and fuel in a particular petrol station. And that's where you're able to create the second type of smart contract between the consumer and the retailer. So that's, for example, I'm going and fueling in a station X. that has green hydrogen, so I know my vehicle which has been receiving that fuel, and what is the amount of the fuel, and what is the time and location where it is getting fueled, and what is the carbon footprint, what is the water footprint, and what is the raw material footprint. Because at the end of the day, this is very important, because you might be clean on a fuel level, but you might be very dirty on a water and other raw material level. So cleanliness has to happen overall, not just only washing your hand and saying that it's clean, but it's the whole aspect of it. So we have tried doing the strawman, and I think this has a huge potential in transforming the Nordic landscape, and I'm really happy that this opportunity is coming at the right time when we are developing this kind of solutions for the Nordic market. So I thank Nordic Energy Forum for giving this excellent opportunity. It's really an honor, it's really a privilege to get this award. And like we say in Swiss German, tack så mycket, and merci vielmals. And a little bit of background, if people want to contact, these are the contacts, and you have some information on the screens which you can use. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sankaran. Here in Finland, where we are right now, we say kiitos.
Kiitos.
We are very happy to hear more about this solution that you presented, and in a few seconds we'll start presenting a few questions, because Frida, Maria, Klaus and myself have a few.
Absolutely, happy.
Klaus, please.
Good. So if I should start with the question, first of all, I would just say thank you very much for your very good presentation, for your proposal. But let me start with a question. I really like your idea of these 3 Ds, and let me dig a little bit down to the second D, the decentralization. In your proposal, you state that resource decentralization will depend upon a strong process decentralization, and with a backbone for the entire concept to be functional and reliable. So could you please just elaborate a little bit about this, how this, you must implement this distributed ledger technology, DLT, I think you yes. wrote it. How does it influence or affect the mapping and transaction costs in your supply chain, and why is it important?
Yes, I think the process decentralization is the most important aspect. Of course, when you talk about renewable energy, it is already the resources are decentralized. So, but the challenge is, how do you translate that resources into a process that will lead to the entire supply chain? That means A to Z, somebody is using a hydrogen that is being produced by electrolysis by some particular power plant, and how does it come to this person who is sitting in Helsinki trying to fuel, right? So the guarantee that that particular product that is being produced from a particular location is coming to a particular point has to be correctly mapped. So for mapping this in a credible way, I mean, we can talk about mapping by just saying that, hey, Klaus, I'm just getting your product and I'm shipping it here. But what is the guarantee? Think about it like this. You're taking a very great wine, which has a nice label, and you're asked to pay, let's say, 1,000 Swiss francs or 1,000 euros. How do you know that this particular wine is exactly coming from the place where it is coming from, and you are satisfied not just on a superficial level, but on the level of what it says as a credibility? For wine, it's not possible. Okay, somebody will say it, but how do you know it on a fuel? How do you know it from the point of view of what is actually the carbon footprint? So that's where the process decentralization maps with DLT, right? DLT is a kind of a backbone. It's a ledger. It's at the end of the day, as I said, I'm not talking about the cryptocurrency here, because there's a lot of hypes about cryptocurrency. We are not going into the cryptocurrency aspect. So we are only looking about it, how can we transact a particular product to a particular endpoint as a customer in a credible way, that this person is getting the product with the right information, and this information is approved. And that's where DLT comes in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
thank you. That was very interesting. In your proposal, you talk about the mapping assets at different levels that involves creation of digital twins regarding resources and processes at different levels. You also mention that this will help in monitoring our carbon footprints and that this is already being done. Could you tell us more about this?
Of course. See, carbon footprint mapping is being done on a simplistic level within a small scope. That means from a point A to B. It's done because you can measure what is the energy that is being produced or what is the consumption of the raw materials, you know it. But what I'm saying, it's partially done because it's done on a small scope. But when now we look about the entire life cycle of it, it's a completely different game altogether. So we need to match several of these individual steps so as to get the whole process behind it. So part of it is there, a lot of it is not there. So we need to map the entire life cycle. And that's what is important because digitalization is one part of it, decarbonization is one part of it. But when they go together, when the marriage happens in a synchronous way, that's the beauty of the whole solution. You know, how can we bring the decarbonization goal in a systematic manner by creating that kind of mapping?
Thank you. With us here we also have Maria Fiskerud. I suppose you have a question too?
I do. Thank you very much for the presentation. I really like the smart contracts that you showed us in the end. But I have a question on an individual privacy and security level. Do you see any risks about that or any risk of misuse of the data that you can see when you map all these together? And if you do see that, have you any thoughts about how you can tackle it?
Yeah, I think it's a very good question. Data security is at the core of DLT solution, what we are trying to propose or what we are trying to achieve. Because at the end of the day, nobody wants to be compromised with their personal data. So what we don't do here is there's no need for looking at personal data at an individual level, but we can also aggregate it on a level that individual informations will not be compromised. So that's possible. At the end of the day, we can share what needs to be shared. In the DLT aspect, if I could go back a little bit to give you an idea on the screen, the data what is available, certain data can be public, certain data can be made hidden. So at the end of the day, what is public and what is hidden is up to us to decide. But that's being said on the possibility. But at the end of the day, is it something that people can abuse? That's the question. I think that's what you wanted to know. I think we can make sure that this cannot be abused because it will be hashed anyway, so nobody can. It's like using your bank card. How secure it is. Yes, it is secured as long as you don't write certain things on the back of the card and keep it in your pocket, right? So same way. So still credit cards are being abused, but still the security levels are being improved more and more. So I think that's the whole idea of it. I think what we are trying to do is we are showing a starting step. Going forward, we will be able to bring more and more security features into it. The most important thing is we don't need to go into individual data that tells who is Maria, where she is living, what is her home address, what is her birthday, what is her no need of that, because at the end of the day what you need is the car and the data, and that's already there. That's already there, and we are trying to use it. I think that's the main point.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sankaran.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maria, for the question. Now, Frida, maybe you have a question for the winner.
Yeah, sorry. Hello, and thank you very much for the presentation. I think you have a very promising proposal here, and it's totally business transformation of what we have seen. So really a plus for that. My question is more on when we go into the transport sector, you have private transport, and you are mentioning like a model like Airbnb or Uber, as that could be a future model for how to look at transport as a service and not to have your own asset. But then if you compare that to the heavy transport, I can see this idea with the blockchain and the digital parallel of physical supply chain with this blockchain and smart contracts. So if you look at those two different kind of transport, which one do you think will be the easiest one to implement? And the next question is, which one of those would be the most difficult to decarbonize, in your opinion?
I think this is a very important question. We have an ongoing project also in decarbonizing the transport sector in other part of the world, where we said that the most difficulty is with the overcapacity, which is in the private sector, right? Individual transportation, because there the choices are still not, is still open for people to decide. You know, we say that diesel is going to go down, but still diesel is available. As long as diesel is cheaper than you know, whatever other green options, people are going to choose diesel. There's no big changes going to happen for them at the level of the private sector. But the easiest one, in my opinion, are the public transportation, and to a larger extent, these are going to be the heavy public transportation, if it is the railways and also cargos. You know, cargos are going to be easier, because there is already, it's not the question of technology anymore, it is the question of the economics at the end of the day, as of today. Because A versus B, the question is mostly economics, because the technology is already commercially available in most cases. But with the private sector or private transportation, I think it's not very clear. Many of the countries are not giving a clear distinction between what is going to happen to my diesel car. You know, when am I supposed to get rid of it, or what is going to happen to my scooter which is running on gasoline? As long as there's a petrol bunk, as long as there is a diesel refueling station which is going to vendor fuel for me, I'm going to happy to keep it. But there's no clear demarcation on what is going to be the modus operandi for us to get rid of this overcapacity in the private sector. I think that is going to be the biggest challenge. And probably incentivization is probably the right way to go. And there are some discussions about it where the governments are really telling people, if you buy an electric vehicle today, probably you will not be taxed for a certain period, or, you know, I don't know, there's a rebate for it, or your electricity will be free. I think in my hometown in Switzerland and also in some of the places where I've seen, the vendors are already saying, as in electric car dealers are saying, your fuel is your recharging will be free for 20 years. You know, that is kind of the motivation for people to buy electric vehicle. But I don't know, then the infrastructure has to be there. That comes back to what Sven was talking about before. The most important thing is about how the infrastructure is going to roll out.
Thank you very much for that answer.
Thank you.
And I happen to know that, Maria, you have another question.
Yes, I think this part of digitalization is very interesting, and it might be that I don't know that much about it myself, so that's why maybe that I ask all these questions. But I also believe in, I think you talked about the true life cycle assessment, that you really look at the whole value chain, and I do believe it's very difficult, and that digitalization can help with that, and also then to use it to identify both bottlenecks but also opportunities and maybe white spots that we don't see today that we can innovate around. So how important do you think that digitalization is for greening, or for the more green transition, or the green transition for the transport in the Nordics?
So I think, one of the things I keep saying this again and again, if certain things are going to happen in the world, I think there's a high likelihood that it will start in the Nordic region. I truly believe that, because the trust aspect, the willingness aspect, and the regional cohesion, that is very important. I think from that aspect of it, I think whatever is a renewable development, asset development, or decarbonization related activities, it's something I'm already saying that, because as a Nordic company, we see that it's much more easier to push things here. And particularly, you're questioning about the role of digitalization in the green transition. I think we are already seeing it. Perhaps we are not using the word digitalization, but it's already being seen. It's already visible in the way how things are being done. But more and more, the role of technologies, particularly the Internet of Things technologies, are coming up, where everything is being partly connected to something or the other, whether it is your phones, whether it is your vehicles, because everything has a kind of digital connectivity. And the question is where it starts and where it ends. And we are all part of the whole network of the digital connectivity. And I think how smartly we are going to use it to make this whole process seamless is the biggest challenge. Let me put that, because I'm not a great fan of bringing technology to all the solutions. Sometimes lack of technology is not bad. It's probably is as simple as getting things done. But the question what we are asking is, what is the right level of technology and what the technology should do in the whole process? And that from that point of view, a point of the whole life cycle assessment, we can't do that without proper IoT solutions, because it's very difficult to keep track of things from where it comes from, where it goes through, what process it is having, what is the, not only carbon footprint, what about the water footprint and energy footprint, raw material footprint. We have not talked about it, packaging, pollution footprint, all those aspects. For us to bring them together, we need to have a kind of digitalization as the right approach to do that. And I think it's already happening in other sections of our society, especially in the industries. But I think transportation is not only an industry, but it also includes all the aspects of the assets that are behind it. So I think it's probably the right time to push that forward. And that's why I said the Internet of Transport, with this idea and the way we are pushing it, will create a digital orchestration in a scale that has never been tried before. And that's probably one of the biggest strengths of the solution.
Yeah, I think maybe you can even combine the true life cycle and all the planetary boundaries in your calculations.
Exactly, exactly.
It's good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. We have one final question, and that comes from Frida.
Okay. We are in the Nordics now, and one of the values in the Nordics is this trust. We trust each other, we trust our governments, we trust each other. And you're also saying that this is actually based on trust, your proposal here.
Yeah.
So I think, could you elaborate a bit about, there must be some kind of a common platform for this, and that we also should have trust within. Would that be Google or Amazon, or should you develop that? And then what could disrupt this? What about the pandemic? We have seen every country closing around themselves, also in the way of trust, the vaccine or no vaccine. So this is just an idea. Do you have other things that you could see that would disrupt actually this mission?
See, I think when it comes to Nordic region, you're probably preaching to the converted. So I'm already a big fan of the whole ecosystem here. So for me, one of the best things that I see, having lived across different countries and different continents, it's fascinating to see how the countries in the Nordic region collaborate at the level where it's not possible. I mean, we talk a lot about European nations coming together, but there's still a kind of distance in terms of what's possible, what is not possible. But in the Nordic region, I think that distance is less. That means whether you move from Finland to Norway to Sweden, the languages might change, the accents might change, but the whole ecosystem is pretty much comparable, in my opinion. And whether the pandemic has changed it or not, I have difference of opinion when it comes to what it has changed and what it doesn't change. To sticking to your question, it has perhaps created more trust because people are able to get things done remotely, and there's a level of confidence in which the whole ecosystem is able to use that work from distances in a clever way. So the pandemic has shown us different way of doing things, and it's probably it's a wake-up call for us to know what is really necessary and what is sufficient to get things done. Whether it is from the carbon footprint point of view. look at the amount of resources that has been saved, electricity that has been saved, or water that has been saved for people to commute or people to be in office. I think there's a lot of things the pandemic has shown. I mean, of course, I'm not happy about it. We would like to travel, and we would like to, I'm happy that we are in a studio where we are able to see each other and with an audience. I think this is the downside of the pandemic, but the good thing is it has shown us what is doable, and top it with the Nordic trust and Nordic brand of working together. I think there is so much so that one can achieve. And to a larger extent, asking about the scope of it to be used in the Nordic ecosystem, I think there's already ecosystems are working together. And Nordic Energy Forum is an excellent example. 5 countries coming together, doing things in a collective way. If 5 countries can come together, I think individuals in the countries too also, right? So I think that's the strength of it. And I think if you want me to ask where will you bet your idea to be implemented as a first thing, I think I will start here, because that's where the whole success story can emerge from. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, and thank you for the question. Now, Klaus, it's your turn.
Now it's my turn, and thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you very much for your very comprehensive proposal. It has been a big pleasure for me to read your proposal and also to hear your presentation. And also, I mean, it's also a pleasure just for me to meet you as the winner of this year's Nordic Energy Challenge 2021 and learn about your proposal. I think your work has inspired energy research and promote new ideas with exciting perspective that bring added value to the Nordic region. So we actually is getting there where we want to be the most integrated and sustainable region in the world. So I thank you for your great and inspiring presentation today and your work. And with this, I would like to hand over first a small present, but also a certificate for you as the winner of this year's Nordic Energy Challenge 2021.
Thanks a lot.
Congratulations very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
With this, I would just like to make a big thank you to all the participants that did not make it to the final, but that surely demonstrate large creativity and quality in your proposal. You have heard some of them, the running-ups, as Mia's presented earlier in this session. You can read more about these two running-up and also the winning proposal at the homepage of Nordic Energy Research. It's www.nordicenergy.org. So go in there, find it, read more, and elaborate on all the great proposals that has come here. Also, I would like to thank our jury, which has made a great job in evaluating and selecting the best proposal. As well, I would like to thank our moderator, Mia, for a great job of moderating the session. We couldn't have done it without any of you. Finally, I would like to thank all of you following the event here today. All your enthusiasm in signing up for the event, putting questions in the subject fields for the online event and so on. It really means something for us and show that things that we do actually matters. So thank you very much for this. For me, it's a great honor to see the positive attention that the Nordic Energy Challenge get, and also the Nordic Energy Research Forum get. So for this, I hope to see all of you for next year's Nordic Energy Challenge. We will announce the subject later this year, so follow our homepage or our newsletter, whatever you follow Nordic Energy Research, we will announce it. And then I just hope to see all of you next year, so thank you very much.